played them to the beat. Yeah, we're gonna listen to that song for sure now. Hi, it is Dokle. Hello, we already here? What the heck? Give me the time. I decided from now on I'm gonna set up everything while you are all here. Good morning. Are those socks? Shit. Don't tell everyone you saw my socks. Or don't, or do it and then get the money out of it. As long as you get something out of it. What? I have a sock also inside this drawer. What the fuck? Hi, coffees. Hello, Sandro. Hello. Yes, people, remember to do the check-in. Today I want to show you how it... Okay. Today I want to show you how it will look like. Hi, Diego. Hello. I need the glasses. Hi, Jampo. Hi, good morning, Sandro. I want to show you today how it will look like, the check-in thing. Oh, Muchi, you made it yourself to say hi? Thank you, Muchi. I appreciate you. Hello. Let's hear this song a little bit. No, this is not the one. Na, 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 and you played it. Oh, Rolling in the Deep is not this. Okay, it's this the song that I was singing. Hello, Ale. Good morning, people. Yes, remember to do the check-in. Remember to do the check-in. Today is also a very musically day. We have also music. The DJ coming up. Check audio for remove high pick. What my? Yeah, okay, listen. I will soon get to have like a Go XLR. So when I'll get that one, it's gonna work, you know? Look at that. Look at that. You have all of your check-ins. Look at that. I actually want to see how it will look like. Wait. Let me do the story. Come work with me. Information. Important. Not really important information, but information. I don't think we got the apartment. I am kind of sad. So today, please bear with me. Today you have to deal with me. I don't think we got the apartment, but we'll see. We'll see. It's my feeling. It's my feeling. You know. I don't know it yet. It's just my feeling, but I feel like we didn't get it. Hi, Davide. Hello. It's fine. It's fine. Actually, something that my mom said that honestly makes me feel a little bit better is like if it did not happen, it means that it was not meant to be, right? Let's see. Feeling based on what? On things that maybe like if I tell you, then it's gonna be easier like to find out who's the agency and blah blah blah. But I'll tell you, Jefford. It's not sure, Cami. It's my feeling. It's just my feeling, you know. Rad. Rad, good morning. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Just this is even worse than how it was before. I should have like a little. No, I don't. All right, I'm gonna be using my T-shirt to clean my glasses.
Had to pull an all-nighter for my work. Lost a little of my soul.
What? Why did you pull out all-nighter? What happened? What happened? Oh yeah, no! Don't start it. Don't start it. Okay, now we have it. Now we have the forest code, I think. Your work sucks? Shit, that sounds awful. That sounds awful. Oh. That sounds really, really bad. I'm 59 years old. Oh, it's fine, Pop. Happy to have you back here. Wait, let me show you how the check-in thing... I actually haven't checked... Shit, it looks so bad. Okay, I'll show you how it works for now, the website, alright? The one for the check-in. It sucks, okay? It sucks for now. For now, it sucks. Actually, let me also open Figma so I can show you how I would like it to look like. So you know what I'm working on. And if you can, like if you have the knowledge, maybe you can help me out with that. The mods commands, please. Oh, sorry, you're right. It's opening up. Also, people, In 40 minutes, the new video on YouTube is coming out. Wait. New video out. If you do exclamation mark new, you have the link to it. People, it generally means the word. If you help me out, push that one. Not just because it's, you know, on YouTube and it's my video, but also because it's been sponsored. So, like, the more views and the more things I get, the more happy they are. So I can also help other co-working streamers to have Notion as their future sponsor. So we need to update that command. Oh shit, we do? Oh no, you're right. You're right. Can you help me out, please, JJ? I want to show you like how I want to show you the check-in thing. Day 2 of saying I hate Java. Only 2? Shit. Okay, so this is how. Let's change the music. This is too depressing, I would say. Let's put something hyping up. Hyping us up a little. Okay. No, I'm so, yeah, you're right. I'm not crying. It's fine. This is how right now this one looks like. All right, this is how it looks like for now. It's ugly. It's horrible. All right, it's completely useless. But that is how it looks like. Here, I don't know if you can see it, but there is like the person name, and then there is the number of check-ins, the current streak, and the maximum streak. And you get to have like the badges that still haven't finished, but you still have, you're having a little sneak peek right now about the badges that you will get. All right, like 50 if you get 50% of the time here, 75, and then you have like 100 and the highest, and then 1. Like right now, I have the highest score of all of you because I manually put it in 24. But then in the future, like you see, like there's all of your names here, all of them. And if you see 1, it's just because it will say the first check-in that you did in this month, just to say I was here this month of the year. So in the future, you can still see like, oh, I was there in August 2022. This is how I would like it to look like for the future. Like that is the ugly version. This is how I would like it to look like. So it's easy, right? It will be like the leaderboard with the user, check-ins, current streak, maximum streak, and badges. And I would love to be like this, like graphically like this. I just have to find a way. Like I know how to do it with Python. I don't know how to do it with the JavaScript. You see no chickens? Oh, yeah, I have to do it. Yeah, I still haven't done it. You're right. You want to be Scott Baldwin? Shit. And so I would like it to look like that, where you can have like all time and you see everyone's, and you can maybe like search for them, search for a person. Kill Colorado. Yoko, thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Happy anniversary. I did not say chicken. So I would like it to be like in here, like you see everyone. If you want, you can search for a person, or you can, like, if you want, you can just search for a person and you click on it and you go to their specific one and see all of their badges. Here you will see only the badges of the current month. So that's like here you will be able to click on September or on single user, and then you have it, all of them here. Shin, beautiful. Hi, sweet baby. How are you doing? But for now, this is how it looks. I had to get from this one to that idea. And this is for September. So I'll try my best to make it work. The code should be working. So from September, for sure, you will be having like the possibility to do the check-in and to get your own badge that I still haven't finished. But the website might not look that pretty yet. But yeah. This is it. Remember to vote for the music that you want to listen. Oh, I miss you too. Are you back to Italy, right? I am, Ma. Remember to vote. You just have to type in chat 1 for classic music, 2 for jazz, 3 for Final Fantasy, 4 for Game of Thrones, 5 for Hans Zimmer, 6 Organic House, 7 Hollow Knight, 8 sad beats. I should change sad beats. They're not actually sad. They're like trap. Stardew. Fuck, I forgot. You're right, Arya. You're right. What is this music? This is actually music that, oh, digital, okay. This is actually music that you placed in this, you're starting to work at 6? What are you going to be doing? Yeah, the next one we're gonna have Stardew. Just remember to do check-in, exclamation mark check-in. And remember, people, so task for you today to do for today. Do check-in. Vote for what you want to have as a music. Comment, like, share, whatever you can on the new video. On is Notion vid? There we go. Maybe it is not. Maybe it is not. Online before 11:30? Yes! Shut up! Shut up! You edited it? Oh, thank you! I appreciate you so freaking much. We see? Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's the link to it. I would genuinely appreciate already like likes and comments. That means the world. That's the best support that you could ever give to a content creator, if you want to define me like that. People, are we ready for today? We have tomatoes to achieve. We have a lot of tomatoes to achieve, don't we? Did you write down your to-do list? Are you ready to do something? Let me check my to-do list, my personal one. And remember that also on September 2nd, we have the... important things. Did I do this one? Yes, I did this one. Important things for the future, right? About the flat, I don't have any news, but I don't feel good about it. Anyway, other things happening. So, 2nd of September, we have the 31st, we have... Oh, hi, Heavens. There is no metal category, not yet. 31st, we have someone coming here for the news during the lunch break. Why are you sad? What's happening? Then, new video drop noted, yes. Then we have on the 2nd of September, I'm going to teach you how to write down goals that you can actually achieve and plan them. We're going to plan them all together. It's going to be really, really cool. Trust me on, okay, if I might not be a very trustable person on many things, but on this one, trust me that it's going to be useful for you and for also the future. Like, this is something that they taught me years ago, and it's so freaking useful for a lot of things. It's not going to be any esoterical thing, like, think about what you really like. It's actually going to be like, that I don't, and then, actually on the 6th or on the 7th, I'm going to bring some gaming. I'm going to be playing a game that is about, people said that I'm very wild on the streets. So I'll join like a tournament for like Formula 1, F1. So like I'll be... And for the occasion... yes. And for the occasion, I also got like this one. For the occasion, I also got this one. So I can play better because they told me that I cannot be... a racing tournament, but not in real life. I wish it was in real life. But it is not. So I'm just gonna be playing with the controller. Next, for sure, is gonna be that. I need an adapter? No. I don't? Is it a PC one? Do I need a... Is it a... What the fuck? Are you telling me that I need a PC one? For wireless? Yes. Nice. Thank you. Good to know. Don't I need just a Bluetooth thing? I was actually suggested, like, someone actually told me, oh, you should get this one. Oh, I have the Bluetooth thingy. I do have the Bluetooth thingy. But it can also be connected with the cable. There is also like the cable, so I can also use the cable if I want to. Wait, you see, I have this one that makes my thing USB too. So that should be okay. Like, I will put that one on and then I should be able to join it. USB-C, cable, USB. Okay, I have it. I have that one too. So that is gonna be cool. People, this is my very first joypad that I get. My very first joystick. Hi, Gabro. Capazza, thank you so much for the prime. People, that's a new one. That's a fresh subby. Come. That's good. Let's our room smell really good, thanks to you. This is actually very comfy. This is my very first joystick. I'm very excited. And I got the Xbox because I remember friends of mine when they were playing Fortnite that they were saying that this one was so much better. Yes, get a steering wheel. Oh my god. Okay, listen. If this thing continues, I might gonna ask to the agency if they can send me one, like lend me one, not to buy one because that will be a little bit too much. But maybe they can send me one. But because this is like too short, like it's in 6 days, they were not able to send me something. But maybe for the future, I can get like a. That was gonna be amazing. That would be so, and I would love to also have like. That would be so good. I just need people. So in order to have that achieving, I need you to like it. So if you don't like it, it's not gonna happen. You know, that's how unfortunately these things works. Fortunately and unfortunately, these things works. So if you don't, if you don't like it, that's exactly what I was trying to imitate. So if I actually get to have that, it's not worth the wish list. So if you actually like it, then maybe they're gonna be like, if they have good numbers and all of that, then they're gonna be looking. Missing all the announcements because I forgot to change my headphones. Oh no! Oh, Rising, it's fine. It's fine, no worries. I forgot the pedals. Yeah, we're like, that would be so freaking cool. Not really, Oscuro Signor, not really. Hi, Eden, hello. Yeah. Is it good? Is it good to play with the $300 for that? No, then I'm just gonna ask. I'm just gonna say. Ank was tagged and message wasn't deleted. What happened? Wait, what? Wait, why are these going up and down? See, you never saw it? I see. Yes, I've been having this one. Yeah, we have to get back. We have to start working, right? People, shall we start with the first tomato of the day? Depends. There is some at no. I'm gonna get like I'm gonna maybe they can lend me one that is a little bit cheaper. I can, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like it goes down and up. I don't know, but anyway, like I never had joysticks because I've never been playing like with the PlayStation or something like that. It's G. Raul, my name is Julia, but you can call me G. So like it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. We'll see. It's not Golia. Shut up. The LG one, if you want to check it on Amazon. Oh shit. That's gonna be too expensive. That's gonna be too expensive. It is not now. Shut up. No Pomodori. No, we have stuff to do. People, should we start to work? Our intros are getting longer and longer because I have more and more info. Every time I have more stuff to tell you about. But it's time for us to get stuff done. Right? What? Nopers? Nopers? Are you giving me the nopers? Hi, Raul. Yes, Zico, shut up. You every time you come in here and every time you're like, oh my god, no one is not playing. Julia. Oh my god. My sister still sometimes goes with Julia. Julia. Yes, Kev, I have to do. Alright. Zero motivation, Emma. Just one tomato at the time, alright? Just think about one tomato. 45 minutes only. Only. After that, we're gonna think about the rest of the tomatoes later. Not important now, but one tomato. Let's start this Friday. Hell yeah, Daniel. It's Friday, Daniel. Yeah, sure. Poor Daniel. I'm scared. Maybe they had like some appointments on Tuesday and they don't even know. Shit. No one tells them, please. Let's not ruin their day. Okay, people. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. With what music? Wait, what music? Jalford? Did you see that? Jalford, did you see that? What? What is going on? Since when Final Fantasy goes first? Alright. I hope this is the one that you always told me to use. We will see. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Okay? Be good, everyone. Welcome to the break. What is going on? Why do we have a train? How are y'all doing, people? Welcome to the break. Fatlu, thank you for the 4 BDs, even though I'm not gonna be your breakfast, but Jaime Taladate. You're so tired. You got this. You definitely got this. How did you feel about Final Fantasy? Start you, Valet, and Beats. Okay. We have a new one with the new codes. People, did you see the video? Did you see the new video on YouTube? Did you like it? I really appreciated, like, someone actually already came in here saying like, oh, I really like it and blah 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 blah. That generally means a lot. That generally means so much. If you haven't watched it, the video is about how I use Notion in a very like not aesthetic way. Like I'm so far away from being aesthetic in it. I already see your comments. You people are so nice, I swear. Of this video. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate you for commenting that. And thank you for the train people. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Vladimir. No, Vladimir is a spam. Vladimir is a spam. Report. Get away from here. Thank you, Nefas. Thank you, Bjorn. It's fine. You can save it for later. You can save it for later. That's huge. That's a huge help for me, really. Especially if you click on the link that there is in there. You know. Vote 9. Oh, we have a funny one. Ha ha. Ha ha. We have a funny one in chat. Like, comment, and subscribe on YouTube. Yeah. I know that everyone, like, I know people that at the very beginning when I was like hearing people saying like, comment, and share, like after, like at the end of the videos, it was like, that is so cringe. But now I'm like, yes, I get it. Please help. Nate, look at you. First message sub. Hi. People, how is it going? How are we feeling? I would love to tell you that I've been improving a lot on the website, but I am so not. I've been working on it. For now, I have the header, maybe. But that's it. That's everything I have for now for the website. We have the Music Master. I got you. Let me see. Quantum Flux Lord Lane. I swear, you use your points only for this reason. I need to put some oil on my hair. They're getting so freaking like, how do you say, like dry. Let's hear the song. What is this song? They got redeemed. Ooh, we have a wheel in the meantime. Let me spin it. Oh, it's fine that you cannot redeem me singing anymore. What is that one? What is it? Oh, this song. I like this song. I'm liking it. I'm liking this song. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? Charades or Song Guesser? Ooh, ooh, ooh. The tension. The suspense. The suspense. It's Song Guesser! It's a Song Guesser! Alright. You got this one. In the next break, I'm gonna turn up like a video with like songs to guess, and we have to guess them. Easy, right? Let me cover the wheel. There we go. Isn't the mic covering the monitor? Oh, yeah, but when I go back on break, I move it there, so it should be fine. I did this, Dashberry. Hello, I like this song. I really like this song, for real. It's a good one. What is this difference between song guesser and lip sync? Song guesser, I'm also guessing them, and we can hear like 2 seconds of a song, and we have to guess it. Lip sync, we don't hear anything, and I'm the one doing it. You got charades 3 times? Let's go, Dory! Finally, you got something different. It is not, David. It is not. Ah! People, how are you feeling about your to-do list? How is it looking like? Do you use a time block? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the best expectations, but we'll see. Another game to conquer, you got this. This one, Meta, people, if you ever wonder what a song is playing, if you do exclamation mark song, you always know the song. You have the name of it. Okay, I have to do that one. We have our own terrible guessing skills. No, your skills are not too bad. At least you used to work. Oh no, there you go. You have it there. There's a little bit of cooldown. That's the one. Quantum Flux by Northlane. I never heard it before. Never heard it. People, I'm so excited in March. Okay, I know that it's a long time from now, but in March I'm gonna finally go see like my favorite band in Switzerland, and I cannot wait. There's already like some people that are like, oh my god, I'm going there too. Oh, it's gonna be so good. The stage, it's small. It's not that big. It's small. I cannot wait. Not yet, Kendrick. Not yet. I prevail. I prevail. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be, oh my god, I cannot wait. No news yet. SMO. It's small. It is small. So like I can stretch my hand and I could touch them, you know? Oh my god, I cannot wait. Oh my god, it's gonna be so good. I'm so excited for it. I just have to get like a ticket or something. I've been to like 2 concerts in my life, and actually for one there is a video about, I need to put some oil. Look at them. They're like, I need to put oil on my hair. Please don't touch them. I will touch them. I'm gonna go like, I got like, I was in a crazy moment where I was like, shit, I'm gonna, you know, waste my money like that. But I got the VIP ticket, so I'm actually gonna meet them. Yeah. I'm gonna be going crazy. I'll be going crazy. And the point is like, for now I'm going alone, right? I got 2 tickets. One for me and one for whoever is gonna come with me that I don't know yet. And we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I only went to Alan Walker concert. People were pretty high. I'm gonna wear these tall heels so I can see everything. But no, like actually it's gonna be small, like a small place. It should be so nice. I could never. I feel like I would pass out on yes. I feel like how I will deal with it, which is how I deal with my emotions, just be like, no, it's cool, it's fine, it's nothing. Nothing at all. You want to come with me, Chibi? That would be lovely. Oh, hi from drugs. Oh, okay. Okay. Should I bring Ank? I don't think so. I don't think he's gonna like my music. I'm not gonna bring Ank. I have other people in my life apart from Egg. Did you know that, chat? Did you know? Shit. I don't know who, but yes! I want to join a mosh pit. I want to join mosh pit. Shut up! Shut up! I want to join a mosh pit, so that's why I want to wear like comfortable clothes. So I'll be wearing like something cute for the meeting with them, and then I'm gonna be like dressed like shit. If it's a small venue, how will you be able to see the stage? Because it's gonna be like you know, like it's gonna be close. I'm gonna be in the front row. I'm gonna be there in front of everyone, you know? I don't know if I will be. We'll see, we'll see. And Wall of Death too, maybe? What is the Wall of Death? Oh my god. Painkillers! Okay, I'll do that too. I'll do that. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, alright? Shall we get back to work? Earplugs? What? I'm gonna win the mosh pit. I'm gonna get... I'm gonna wear all of my tattoos like the fake ones, and I'm gonna be like... super angry first, and I'll be crazy looking, and they will be very scared. Oh my god, I'm gonna have a blast. Once I had bruises all over me the next day. I always have bruises for whatever reason. Like if I go on a table, or like I always hit on stuff. So I'm fine. I don't care. People, a goth girl. Yeah, I'm gonna be wearing a whole full-on Igor goth makeup. Earplugs are a must for concerts. What? No, I want the music to kill my ears. Anyway, people, check in between 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye bye. Oh, wrong button. Hey, yo. Hi. How is it going? How are y'all doing? Oh, we do have to guess the song now. Are we ready for that? Franca!
Grew to live in fear, with no stuttering or stumbling. I can always hear him sort of muttering and mumbling. I associate him with the sound of falling sand.
Frank, thank you so much for continuing the gifted one. So thank you so much to Vizio, who actually gave you the first opportunity at the beginning. I'll trigger the new poll, alright? So you can choose what you want to have as a music, but we're gonna be doing some guessing the song. We're doing one, right? We can do this one, I guess. I think this should be alright. Or a blind test. Disney! Okay, we're gonna go for some Disney. Since we've been listening to Hans Zimmer, we're gonna do some of it. No tree code. Why no? Let it start. Okay, now it should be alright. Thank you, JJ. Okay. You vote for this one, and in the meantime, we also do the guess the song one. Alright. It should be. Wait. Let me see where I should go. Put myself. Here, I think. Oh shit, we don't have the break bar. Oh yeah, set to 5. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna have to guess the song. Okay, are you ready? Let me hear it. Tell me if you hear it. No, you definitely do not hear it. Right? Oh yeah, you do. You do. Wait. Here. You ready? Now you hear it. Wait, do we have to guess the Disney character? No, that's not what I want. I don't want to guess the Disney character. We're not like kids. Okay, we can do this one, I guess. Shit. Mickey Mouse! Alright. You won. Good job, Kami. Okay, come on. Okay. I have no idea. Oh shit. That is true. Okay, Elton John, but what about it? What about that? Is it even Elton John? Not at all. It sounded like Piano Man. Shh. The next one. I still love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Compares, no worries, okay. Regrets the mistakes that a memory made. Oh yeah, this is Adele. Someone Like You. This is easy. Easy game, chat. Easy game. Diamond is just a guess the song on YouTube. What else? You can play. You can say, I'm always yours. Barbie Girl by Aqua, I think. Isn't it? I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. In the Barbie world. Yeah. And to fall, I take a time at it. No. Call me maybe. But what's her name? Carly Jepsen. There we go. And this is crazy. But here's my number. 2 more minutes of this. On the playground. It's My Life Bon Jovi or John Bovi, as as Hank would call it. Kami, it's my baby. Kami, it's my. Sour never. John Bovi. Hey, sexy lady. Oh, Gangnam Style. That was, oh my god, how many times did we hear this one on the radio back then? Oh my god. This song was fun for like a month, and then it was, oh my god, too much. That's enough. Like, pen, pineapple, apple, pen, fun for like 2 weeks, and then, two word. I Want It That Way, Backstreet Boys. There's a statue? Ain't nothing. No, number 5. Help me, why? Oh my god, it's so good. I have zero clue. Zero. Never heard before. Never. Camille, you were so close. And nothing. Old Town Road. Old Town Road. Old Town Road. That's it. Lil Nas. Yep. So the whole town road I'm gonna ride till I can no. We're gonna get to the half and then we get back to work. Oh my god! Oh my god, isn't Justin Timberlake? Na na na. Na 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 na. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. It's Crimea River. Is it the one? I wanna know. And Crimea River. All right, this was actually cool. Just one more. Killing Me Softly by what's their name? What's their name? Isn't it Face to Face for Vents? The Fugees. I knew it. Finger one time. What? Last one. I promise. Then we go back. I have no clue. Ending this on a bedroll. What is this? No idea. I am sorry. I'm sorry. Did you vote for the music that you want to listen to in the next break? Did you vote for the next song? I'll give you one more second. You type in chat 1 for Classic, 2 for Jazz, 3 for Game of Thrones, 4 Organic House, 5 Hollow Knight, 6 Stardew Valley, 7 Beats. Monopoly senza soldi. Monopoly, thank you so freaking much. Oh, Makuno, I don't have water with me. I'm gonna hydrate with coffee. Mr. Monopoly, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. All right. Where are we gonna... You keep it up, you beautiful soul. We're gonna be listening to some Stardew Valley in the next break. So it's gonna be a little bit more chill, but still productive. You tried, and it did not work. Shouldn't you be sad about it? Aren't you upset about it, Sechik, that it did not work? The beat's sad? No, they're not. They're not sad. Anyway, people, check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. loud one? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That must have scared you so much. I'm so sorry. That might have scared you. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Kerjo, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. I'm really sorry that scared you. Shit. The time there. I'm so sorry. The timing there was perfect. I'm sorry. But thank you so freaking much, Kerjo. I really appreciate it. I don't know if the other people in the chat appreciate it, but I did. Estella, hi. People, how is it going? How is Stardew? Stardew is nice, but no, maybe not that productive.
Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett, amateurs can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Tonio, thank you so freaking much for 3 months. Chat, as soon as I finish a couple of projects that I have so many. What happened? What's going on? What's going on? Anoni, what is happening? Why are you gifting so much today, Anoni? What's going on? Hi. What is going on? Meki, what do you... I see that you want me to motivate you. What do you need? Like, what do you have to work on? How is your situation? How are you doing? What is going on? That's so crazy. Thank you for gifting to Estrella. I appreciate you, for real. Time to be classy, people? Oh, you want to go for jazz? That's what you mean? Whatever works for everyone. No, Mikey, I'm asking you. What are you working on today? You really like the Notion video, people? Thank you so freaking much for that. If you want to try Notion, you have the link down there. If you use that one, it helps me tons. It helps me so much. So even if you already have Notion, or even if you don't care about it, can you please click on that link under my video about Notion? That is generally... But people, you have no idea how many times, like, whenever I see a friend that is posting, like, links, even if I don't care at all, I just click on that. I click on the links. That's generally super, super useful. Okay, working while being anxious. What are you anxious about? Mikey, what's going on? Talk to me. Don't be scared. Talk to us. Talk to the family. Tell to the gang what is going on. What is afflicting you? I clicked and like, and even if I don't give a fuck. Thank you, Bucci. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Oh, yes, I have to drink some more water. Some more water. Su serio, Luke? Usa il link nel video. You clicked because I asked nicely. Thank you. I appreciate you. But I really, really appreciate you people if you do that. If you really do that, I generally... That really means a lot. That really means a lot. I'm anxious because I want to move to Italy. I've been citizen for 8 years and I still can't find one. I'm tired of living in this country. Where do you live, Mikey? And why do you want to move to Italy? We're not at our best stage, I would say. Wow. Hey, beautiful. You're looking great today. Because you've been drinking a lot of water, right? Oh, Argentina? Well, then you're more fucked than we are. Yes, I understand that. I understand. But, you know what I always think, Mikey? You work as hard as you can, all right? To get whatever you want. You're a digital nomad, though. Why don't you try, like, another country before Italy? Because I know that Italy is a fucking pain to get in. Why don't you try another one? There are so many that are accepting, like, digital nomads, and maybe you can find a solution. But I know, like, isn't it easier now to be a digital nomad in Italy? That's what I found. Greece. People, listen to me. For once in my life, at least for 1 month, at least I want to go to Bali. I want to go to Bali for like a month to work there, to study and work from there. Imagine doing this from Bali. That would be amazing. If I go to Bali, I can actually do these things when there is like early in the morning. No, actually later in the afternoon. It would be later in the afternoon, so I can spend the entire day and then do these in the evening. I prefer in the morning, actually. I would prefer it in the morning. Do you remember when I was in LA and I was like up at 4 a.m., sometimes at 3 a.m. to do the live streams? That was so good. That was so good. Honestly, I never felt so productive. I spark in the morning. But it's not your vibe. I get it. Go to Europe. You will find some. Do you need someone to marry? Chat, hello. Meki is looking for someone to marry in order to get a passport. What can you give back, Meki? What is your counter offer? Like, we give you citizenship with like a marriage. What can you give us? Can you provide? I don't know. Okay, no, not me. Someone else. You can send us a curriculum. I can start to match you with. Hey, there you go. Ashkelon can marry you. Meki, Ashkelon found. I can give a lot of love. I don't. Okay. If this is your offer, I'll try my best to sell you. Hello, chat. Are you looking for someone that will stay next to you and will give you a lot of love? Because that's everything people will actually need from marriages. You know, like right now, most of the marriages, like around more than 50% of the marriages die very early on. But Maggie can give you a lot of love. Even if it will last for just 1 year. During that year, you will be very much loved. And the only thing that you have to do is just sign a couple of papers. Easy. Just sign a couple of papers. In exchange, you get a lot of love. What else could you want? Mikey, I swear, if you propose something else, ban from, oh my god, Jafar, I read it so bad. Jafar, I read that so, okay. Ban from Tinder makes Ginder, which sounds a lot like Grinder, but, you know, Ginder. But actually, I want to bring back Tinder. I want to bring it back. And this time, you know what? This time, chat, when I'll bring back Tinder, which I think is going to be like in October if we do this. Because September, we already have enough things. If we bring back Tinder streams, it's going to be with my actual pictures. And I think that we will actually have to like swipe right to some people so we don't get banned again. Yeah. Yeah, I've been banned from Tinder if you didn't know. Yes, I've been banned. Yes, that was fun. Yeah, but I think that it's because they thought that I was a bot because I was doing that on live and I was swiping left to everyone. Like I was like, nope. I'm sorry. Plus I had like a picture of like Ricky and Morty Pico. That's it. For being too smart. Yes, that's exactly the reason why. Anyway, people. But that was cool. Our Tinder sessions were really nice. They were about like it was not about like, oh, look at this person, he's so ugly, blah, 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 blah. It was more about, oh, they're doing this pose, they're showing this and this about them, and we were giving like tips on how you could use Tinder, like how to approach Tinder, how I would approach Tinder, you know. I don't know. Shit, no, you don't. Shit. You know what we can do, people, if we do the Tinder thing? Honestly, we can put like a sub goal that if we achieve that, I'll have to go out with one of the people that you choose for me. You know, like then I cannot assure you that will be nice at the date, but you know, like you can be like my parents choosing the person for me. Swipe right on everyone, go out with everyone. Oh my god, that's a lot. 20k subs to do that. Yes.
Do I enjoy making courthouse puns? Guilty.
Oh my god. Okay, people, shall we get back to work? Chibi, redeeming motivation. Chibi, what are you working on? Then we get back to work, I promise. Pay for that. What? I'm comparing most pay to write a Tinder bio. What? I don't even put anything in my in my bios. I used to put nothing in my bio because I found it very, very cringe. What are you working on? September exam. I'm not gonna make you cry, Chibi. There is no need. Girl, you already have all of the knowledge that you need in order to know that you're good, you're smart, that you are capable of doing whatever. You don't need no fucking motivation. You just need to get your shit done. Just do it. Chibi, you got this and you know it, alright? You are amazing. You are beautiful. You are smart. What else? What else? You just have to... You're just too scared to just prove it to yourself because you're scared. What if... Chibi, don't cry. Because you are just scared of like showing to yourself that you are actually like that. Because you know and you're like, what if then I actually do this and I prove to myself that I'm not actually good? Huh? The exam is not gonna prove or not your value. You're still gonna be amazing. Just go for it, alright? People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Okay, be good. 30 easy? What? 30 easy. Easy, that's what you mean. They don't have 30. Remember, I think they have 100 or like 10. Really? People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Hey. Welcome back. Welcome back. Come back here. I know you, I know. Finish to do this, finish to write that sentence. Finish that one and then get back here. Alright? Get yourself water. I know you cannot stop now. Like, going on a break doesn't mean like to completely stop your flow. It just means this is your check-in. Are you actually working what you're supposed to be working on? Hi, Prof. Hello. Are you working on what you're actually supposed to be working on? Or did you start doing something else? Because I know it's not like you got distracted by something like that. How is it going? Regarding like the music, let's start a new music one. So Jess, we did it. Final Fantasy, we did it. Hans Zimmer, we did it. Stardew, we did it. Should be right like this. Oh. Creme Brulee, what's happening? What do you need to translate? If you need any help from like translation or like something like that, or like longer things like homeworks, you can go on Discord and ask for help to the community in there. You know that, right? Hi, Riff. You know, you just join on Discord. It's for free for everyone. No need to be sub, blah, 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 blah. I asked Fla what emote they wanted and they didn't give me anything. They didn't say anything. So I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Give it back, I guess. It's so warm in here, but if I close... Wait, let me see if it's warmer outside. It's not... Oh my god, I'm Jesus. Don't go to the light. I'm just gonna close. It's time to get back to be warm. Oh my god. It's time to be back to be warm again. Oh my god, I'm gonna turn this one to the maximum. Don't mind me just getting a like a... No, don't get... Oh no, you got disconnected. No! My life! Wait, I need to turn it back up. No! Come back. Am I just... Did I break it? No, please. Did I just break you? Please. Don't die. Okay, he's back. Oh, sweet little bean. I'm so sorry. There we go. Oh, we got to the goal, people. I didn't even notice. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you for it. I think that I just disconnected. I thought it was because like I did it too much. Would the Discord channel help? It's allowed to offer work over there, G. It depends. Just text me or the mods. Open a ticket, actually. Open a ticket before that. And then for any of these things that you think, oh, maybe they're sketchy, just open a ticket and ask us. That will be easier. You have an exam? Sophie, good luck. Good luck on that. Hi, Bob. We should have something like we are having tech problems. What tech problems are we having, Kami? What tech problems are we having? Confusion. What problems are we having, Kami? We don't. We don't have the clip one. Yeah, we don't have the clip one. Because it's very important mods. I know that you were overusing that one to just take clips in general. I removed it because I needed to have titles. I always forgot to tell you, but I needed to have the titles of for the clips. So that's why you were overusing it. Sorry. It's a juice box. It's a juice box. Bye, Bobo. Oh, did we have the joke?
Thanks for explaining the word many to me. It means a lot.
Oh, it's fine. What did I misunderstood? What happened? When we have text issues? Oh, Kame is saying when we have tech issues and the stream goes down, we should have a technical issue screen. How do we do that? How? I think that would be possible, but I don't know how that would work. Maybe it's because I can. Oh, thank you for the pets. I can explain you how it works, mods, but it's for the lives, like in real life, it works. I don't know if like it would need to be hosted in another computer, you know. If there was a way we could have added titles, it would have. No, but if you clip, if you have the live on and bottom right there is clip, you can clip, and if you do it from there, then you can put the title. I know. I'm just saying, like, that is supposed to be like if there is a mod that needs to do a clip real fast, you could have done exclamation mark clip, you know. If you want, I can bring it back. Just letting you know that please. I know that it's too hard, but it's easier, like, for them to have, and also people can see it. No, again, because otherwise, if you open the stream and you look at the clips, you see like just the title. You don't know what is happening, you know. Breaks too often disturbs your focus in something you were doing. Do you feel the same? I feel that breaks too often. No, I mean, like, it helps. It depends, Rabio. It depends on you. It depends on how you are used to it, how good is your focus. And for some people, 45 minutes is even too long as a focus time. For me, it's right at the sweet spot right now. I used to do 25 minutes. Can you not wish me luck? Alright. Thank you for appreciating the video, Duro. I appreciate you. People, that video is going huge. It's going so well. The Notion video. I didn't know you wanted that so much. It's going so well. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. I really, really do. Yeah, not wish, because I bring back luck. I was used to the 25 minutes, but with you I can do 45. Oh, nice. That's nice. Oh, thank you, Ashkelon. Thank you. Oh, yes, I'm stretching. People, are we ready to get back? 1 hour, 1:30? Yeah, Rabio, then keep going. Keep going. No, Tourmaline does not bring... Tourmaline does not bring bad luck. Tourmaline doesn't bring good luck and not even bad luck. It just takes away, like, if someone cursed you, that takes away that one. People, are we ready to go back to work? What did we put it for? Oh, yes, Organic House. Please, I need a little bit of a heartbeat. Oh, my God, yes. What is it? 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 Where are you? Organic. 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 There we go. There we go. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye-bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi. How is it going? I swear, every time that we have organic house, I'm so productive. Hi, Sojir. Tips on how to deal with a broken heart? Accept the feeling that it sucks. Sooner or later, like, you're gonna realize that you're cooler than that. Organic house is the best after FF, yeah. Yeah, for real. I really like organic house. Plus, I've been having like this windy focus. Super windy focus. It's good, but it's not Final Fantasy. It's so good. I really like it. People, do you remember? Okay, let me start the poll again. Let me see. Where do I have it? Did I close it? Hey, yo, poll! Yes, I think I closed the poll. I really like organic house too. How many do we still have now? Now it would be 4. You know what? We're gonna do it all over again. Plus Stardew Valley. And there we go. And Sick Beats. Okay. We have a new poll with all of the options still open again, so you can check. You can choose whatever you want just by typing in chat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have the vote. You have 2 votes, and if you're a sub, you count double. There we go. Poll. But I have a question. Like, do you remember who was here this morning and saw how the website for the check-in looked like? Who was there? Was there someone? Do you remember? Do you remember how I showed it to you? You were here, Jake? Do you remember how it looked like? Do you remember how bad it looked like, right? Jamona, you were also here? Nice. So you do remember how bad it was. Well, let me show you. It's not perfect yet, but I want to show it to you. I want to show to you how it looks like right now. I think we were here. This is how it looks like right now. Wait, let me remove my cam so you can see it for a second. There we go. This is how it looks. This is how it looks. It's so much better. So much better. So much better. September. Oh my god, I... Shut up. Shut up. Let me... Share. Let me fix that. Okay, I'll wait. I cannot open it. Oh, no. Don't open it then. It's okay. Don't open it. Don't open it. It's fine. Don't open it. No need. It's... I don't... Okay. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Oh my god. Okay. Gotta. It's fine. It's fine. Leon will be proud of me. Yep. Let's see. Doesn't look like my first HTML page anymore. Yep. So the link to this page right now is this one. All right. It's not super beta version. All right. Super beta version. That is it. I have no idea what is beeping out there. I have no idea. I might be exploding. The first is gonna restart, but like you're gonna still keep these ugly badges. Alright? You're still gonna have the badges from this month. But on September it starts all over again, you know? Like it's like you're never gonna lose your badges. You're all forever gonna have the badges from August 2022, from September 2022, and going on. Alright? I started to do things, but if I start, I don't stop for 10-12 hours straight and go and burn out after 3-4 days. Canepazzo, tomatoes. Stick with the tomatoes. Put a sick alarm when you have to go on breaks and force yourself to go to breaks. Shut up, Chopper, shut up. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that part of... Let me fix September. September. Okay. Okay, nice. Should be better. No, it's not a garbage truck. It's like my mom is like ironing out there, so like she's more probably having like issues there. So that is the website that we're making for that. And if you have any tips on how to make it better, I would be very happy to, hear those. I currently have some things that I want to fix. It would be so nice if we could add like everyone's image next to their name. And if you're hearing this, don't hate me, but wouldn't it be cool if we also saved the image of the person, the image that they have on Twitch? Wouldn't that be cool? Oh my god! Oh no, chat. Do you also have this? Like, I feel like tomorrow I'm gonna have a pimple here. I can feel it. Do you also have this? Does it ever happen to you? Shit! No! 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 Oh my god. I think it's exclamation mark specs. PC? Oh, there we go. We'll help you later with the images if needed. To add them in the website, oh my god! But then you have to connect to the API. It's a complete mess. I feel like that only because you said it. Oh my god! Really? Yeah, it's gonna be a big one here. It's like it always happens to me when I'm getting very stressed. Yeah, I know that I just have to search for the APIs, but we'll see. It's it will be like to change again the code, and I realized that Eng doesn't really like to change the code. Because he's the one that helped me for the back end of this entire website. So, not sure if he's gonna like it. But, let me show you what I want to do again. Like, what I still want to do on this website. So, first of all, I want to, like, make this user thing, this one that you see here. I want the user to be on the right, all right? Like, to be here instead of, like, aligned on the left. I want it to be aligned on the right. And then I want this column to be smaller, column to be smaller, column to be smaller, and I want them centered, like online center. And then badges. Oh, crazy! Crazy, thank you so much for the prime. What the heck? Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. I really, really appreciate you. Yeah, it's just like a matter of like design and everything like that. Study time. Oh, my name. Oh, study time is not my name. It's not. That's not my name. You call me Stacy. That's not my name. Remove the I hidden. StudyTME.com. That's how you fix it. The link in the page. The link to this page? The link to this page does not work? It should be working. What is this song? By the way, what are you voting for? What are you voting for as a music for the next break? For an Tomato? We have one more! We just have one more option. That's it. It doesn't work? Oh, the right direct to the study. Oh no, yeah, people, ignore that. That is such a horrible website. I still haven't done it. There we go. It's such a bad one. Like, ignore it. Yeah, I have to fix it. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, what? I imagine it was a bit. Yeah. Yeah, the link physically does not work. Yeah. The one in the website. I know it does not work. Like, it's fine. It's just, honestly, I was not even supposed to share it with you, I think. But just because who's here is lucky and then the others are gonna know. Anyway, What is it? Oh my god, they're all so close. Apart from Organic House, we're continuing Organic House. Let's go! This is giving us the vibes, isn't it? Shall we go back to work? Shall we go back? What are the badges like? There are some already out. Some of them are not. You can earn... You can see some of them, not all of them. But I need to also make them. Like, I am personally making them. If there is any, like, graphic designer, like, a very good one, that wants to send me badges, they want to do it and help the community out, I would be happy. Maybe we can do, like, maybe we can do, like, a monthly contest. And if you win, we use your badges. That would be cool. That would be very cool. Anyway. Cherky, this check-in is just, you do exclamation mark check-in and then you get points. You know, you get a streak, you get more badges, and that's it. Lost 3 pomos? It's fine, Metal, it's fine. People, let's go for one more tomato, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Oh, the single ladies. Oh, the single ladies. Oh, the single ladies. Now put your hands up.
Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett,
Oh, oh,
amateurs
oh,
can
oh,
fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their
Teresa.
blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Teresa, thank you so much for the 15 months. People, welcome back to the day. From a dance to another, for real, for real. Teresa, thank you so much for the 15 months. I appreciate you. You were subbing also for only for the dance? Oh, for the Beyonce dance. Okay, that's nice.
Some people
Thank you.
eat light bulbs. They say it's a nice light snack.
Makes sense. ISD, hi. My arms look way bigger? Yeah. This is because your dad is giving me a lot of food? That's why.
I was able to complete and compute an incredible and
sorry,
important
I
script.
was...
You well deserve these bits. Of course I am preparing the Toblerones for when are you going to be here? Bless.
Yes? Hell yeah, yes? Mechanicaro, thank you so much for the 200 BDs. It is supposed to be the last tomato, people. To be honest, today I'm a little bit tired. Oh, if I advices for the IELTS exam, when you do the oral test, when you have to talk, keep talking. Never stop talking. Never stop talking. Sorry, I have my phone on because I'm waiting for the call for the apartment. This fan works very, very well, to be honest. Organic House is so good, isn't it? It's an ABBA song, a part of a system by Madonna in one of her hits, and then we remixed it to a meme song. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good, though. Oh my god, yes, I need chocolate. If we go to the CERN, I really need chocolate. We can plan that for November for sure. That would be really cool. I really would love to go there. But we have to have that call with also Hank, I guess. What do you mean just saved the... What do you mean you just saved 3... What? What happened? Why? 300 million euros? How? How did you do that? Anyway, people, how do you... Oh wait, there is still the poll on, but that is the old one. That is the old one. I don't know what to do. Do you want to go for one more tomato? I'm actually feeling like a little bit tired. Yeah, it is hidden. Yeah, he's the one that helped. He's the one that helped. I studied in Taiwan and France. You see, like my brain is not working. I studied in Taiwan and in France, and to study in France, I needed the IELTS. I don't think it went well. I don't think that the appointment for the house went well, and I think that I'm gonna receive a call saying that, you know, it's not gonna happen. That is fine, I guess. It's fine. The real estate in Verona is being crazy lately. Like, apartments are just so expensive, and as soon as there is a good one for a decent price, everyone just calls for it, and it's crazy. Okay, Mechanicarlo. Okay, I'm happy to know. Yeah, I studied in Taiwan 2 years. Like, I've been in Taiwan for 2 years. I will find my apartment. I hope so. Apartment hunting sucks for so much. But like, how? Like, I would love to show you like some apartments that I saw. But how with like a human mind and heart you can offer an apartment that sucks entirely? It's really old, and you have to like, I don't know, add a kitchen, and you offer for 1,000. What the fuck is this? What is... Verona is not Caput Mundi. It's like a tiny city. Like, there's a lot of companies, but I mean, chill. What the fuck? Wait, but the owner has to choose you between other, like a candidature? Yeah. That's how fucked up it is right now. It's more like a popularity contest. Not even like if I arrived first, if I give the money first. No, because I would have been the very first one. But It's crazy, Telesca, it's crazy. Here it's so bad. Sciacquati la bocca quando parli di Verona. You shut up! Nick Corda, do you have your own apartment? That sucks. It's honestly. I did not flex my PhD, and actually, to be honest, like, the reason why, okay, real talk here. The reason why I think that I didn't get the apartment is like because they asked me what I do for a living, and I explained to them like how I usually explain to like boomers, right? But then they asked me in the specific. How do I explain to boomers that I'm on Twitch, like recording myself working? You know, like, oh shit. Now I feel inside of me that it's I wanted to lie, but the point is like, for some reason I couldn't lie because let me just tell that the agency, that the travel agent knows me. Just say this. Let's just say that he knows me. I didn't want to say I'm an influencer. Shit. Laughs in Milan. Yeah, Milan is even worse. But it's Milan. Bologna is even worse. Yeah, but it's Bologna. What the fuck? Why Verona? How do you explain to a boomer what is a content creator? Telesca, Milan is so expensive. Milan is too expensive. It would have been, honestly, it would have been easier if I just told them, you know what? I deal drugs. I'm a drug dealer. So they would be like, oh, that's a lot of money, you know? Yeah, I did in December. And as much as I love it, it's such a pain because of these things, for example. Yeah, being content creators work. I honestly feel like if you pay taxes, you are working, and I'm paying hella of a taxes. So, so like for like for the taxes in Italy, I am working. I have a job that I have to pay taxes on. But for apartment owners, I don't. I'm like not too liable for like an apartment. Shit, I do have a partita IVA, of course. Leadership and productivity consultant with a focus on digital media. That's a lot of big words for them. There, like, I saw a couple of like the bad thing about it, like getting a house outside Verona, Telesca. Okay, it's cheaper, but there is no internet connection. There is no internet connection, not at all. Like, to explain it to you, when I was like living in, do you remember in December that I was in the house like on the hill, right? I was living in the hill for like 3 months or something. It's not that far, like 5 minutes from here, right? From the city center. And there was no connection. I had to get like one of those like Ethernet internet thing. I had to have that one, but it sucked. The quality was so bad. Yeah, I'll go live with Enk. Sure, that's the best option for sure. Thank you for the tip. But if you can show how much you earn, still they don't care. They don't care. They rather go for someone that is being a doctor, which is fine. I'm not saying that it's not good to be a doctor, but I'm saying like, shit, please, I'm also good. What? You live in a village in the mountains and you have fiber optic? What the fuck, Lolly? Where are you living? $450 for like euros for a room. That's insane. Pinerolo, should I move to Pinerolo? Enk is free, I mean. Yeah, but I would have to live with Enk. You know, that's the payment that you do. Oh my god. But I am a doctor. I wish I just could have just lied and be like, yeah, you know what? I work for a company and I am have a very, very stable income. Yeah, I do. I am doing that. I did that, Metal. I told them that my parents will be like signing for me, and then I will pay my parents for the apartment fee. But I believe that they're not gonna accept that. It's just easier if it's to a doctor, you know. It's just easier. It's not that they don't want to. It's like they have a lot of options, and they might just gonna go for the easier. I don't know their answer yet, Chad. I don't know their answer yet. But I am like, if the agent knew already that I was the one, it would have called me already. If he's like procrastinating, it's just a bad news. You know, that's what I feel. It was easier for him to buy a house than to go on rent. That's fucking insane. You can say you work remotely for Amazon. Shit, Fanu! Fanu, shit, you're a genius. I should have told him that. I should have told him, yeah, I work remotely for Amazon. Yup. Oh my god. If I could wake up seeing Ank cute feet every day, I would be a happy person. Alright. Technically, it's true. Technically, it's true. Yeah, it generally makes no sense. Metal, yes. If you know anyone that has empty apartments anywhere, I just need a decent kitchen, a decent bathroom, and good internet connection. That's honestly it. Oh, Metal, let's text. That would be better, I think. Let's have a chit chat. Near Verona, yeah. In Verona would be better, yeah. Anyway. But are you sure that they know Amazon? Oh, I mean, if they don't know Amazon, I'm gonna be pissed. What the fuck? Well, to be honest, my parents started to, like, not to, like, they knew about Amazon, but they started to, like, thinking about getting something on Amazon during the pandemic. Still to this day, they're a little bit still skeptical about it. I buy I know it's bad, but I buy everything on Amazon because it comes with the mail. In any case, it will be passing by. So like I had all of my like thoughts, right? My like you like it's not good for the environment to have things delivered, but I'm in a place that in any case that person is still gonna come here. So oh no, because like that's why you can be skeptical about. But yeah, about what can you be skeptical about? Because it's online purchasing. You don't see the thing before. That's why they were so like weirded out about it. You know. That's what they were weirded out, and like I get everything from Amazon, but I don't think that I think they got like two things. And oh my god, once my mom got like a robot. You know the ones to clean the floor because I have. Back at the time, I had 2 cats and a dog, and she kept complaining about like, oh my god, I have to pass the vacuum all the time, blah blah blah, and the vacuum, blah 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 blah. I was like, Mom, why don't you just get one of those Roomba? Yes, those one of those like little robots that goes around the house and just, you know, it's not gonna be the best, but at least it does the big thing. Like it gets most of the hair on the floor, and after like 2 months of like trying to convince her, and she kept like complaining about the hair in the house. She finally decided to get it on Amazon. We got like a cheap one, nothing crazy and all of that. And then it never arrived. And she was like, I told you, Amazon, internet, oh my god, it doesn't work. I told you, this is all a scam. Oh no, and I'm not gonna have my money back. I was like, shit. Shit, no, it never happened to me. It literally never happened to me, and it happened to her. So I had to like ask Amazon to give back like the money. They were like, yeah, okay, we can just put it back on your account. So like she was like, oh, there we go, that's another scam. I'm not gonna have my money back. The money is just on Amazon, so they still got my money. Blah blah blah. It's so cute, so cute. Yeah, I called them to get us the money back, but it was like it was right there, you know, like they stayed in the Amazon. We still don't know, Joffer. We still don't know, but I mean, you all know. Thank you. You're talking like Mickey Mouse. Yes, true. That's how my mom sounds to me. Yeah, next time I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, I have an OnlyFans. That's how I'm gonna tell them that that's my job. Yep. I gifted a Roomba to my mom and she never uses it. She still uses her old vacuum. That is so something that she would do. Oh my god. Like, for example, I got the air fryer, right? And I'm so excited. I use it whenever I can. But she never uses it. Never. Because she says that it's too much of an hassle. She just has to like plug it in and put stuff in it. That's it. But she says it's a hassle. Oh my god. They would transfer the money directly to you if you ask them, at least in my experience. Yeah, it's fine. It was like a year ago and she got it back. Like she got something else, I think. And like the point I think that it's because like my mom had like a bad experience with like the online stores, because like she's that kind of person that she's on Facebook, right? And she sees like oh, the advertisement for like a cute t-shirt, and she's like, oh, I want to get it, and she goes to this random website that never heard before, never seen before, no reviews, no nothing. She tries to purchase it, and like many times she was like coming to me and be like, oh, it is not, can you tell me why this is not working, mom? Where did you find this website? Oh, it was an ad on Facebook. Mom, I would, you know, like if I had to choose, I would not trust this one. And or like, no, I like it, it's just 10 euros, let's just try it. And like so she tries and she receives like a horrible t-shirt. Like, mom, I mean, there's a reason why this website might not be famous, you know. Shit. Ambrogio? Shit. And how to open Netflix on the TV in 6 months. Shit. I swear I love it. And you know something else that I love? I love when like sometimes like I'm on TikTok, right? I'm watching TikToks, like I'm scrolling and then I start laughing, and then like, for example, there is like the Korn song, alright, coming up, and my mom hears it and she hears me screaming and crying because I'm having a blast out of it, and she asked me, and that is, I swear, the question that I'm the most scared of forever and never, like it makes me tremble inside. She asked me, why does it make you laugh? Shit, I don't know. It's Korn. Oh my god. Like, has it ever happened to you? Like, sometimes my mom and my dad, sometimes they ask me like, why do you find it funny? Like, I show them like I'm laughing because of a video, and then they're like, why do you find it funny? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. What is this? Is this a clip of Aang? What is he doing? That's it. What is he doing?
Roborock S5 Max, il miglior robot aspirapolvere fino ad oggi da me provato.
Dio cane!
No! Who sent me this? No! No! Read the title. Shit! I didn't read it. I didn't notice the title. And I was like, okay, mods out loud that link is gonna be alright. Shit! Oh my god, and that's why we have the ban of the links in chat. Shit! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Just from the side. Okay, what if we go from the... What if... Okay, if it's silent, does it work? Okay, no, it's fine, it's fine. I'm so sorry. If you were still just... if you were just studying, it's fine. If you're not Italian, what he said was like... Jesus is good. That's what he was screaming. Yes, that's the translation from Italian to English. Yeah, that's what he was saying. Yeah. Yeah, it's like virgole to you. Shit. Yeah, that's egg is good. Yes. Even yeah. That's what it meant. But just don't say it. Don't say it because it's don't just don't say it. Shit. Oh my god. I'm receiving a lot of things. Oh, nothing happened. Nothing happened, Nank. It's fine. Nothing. It's alright. Shit. This is worse than the Rickroll. This was worse than the Rickroll. Yeah, JJ, no worries. You can go enjoy the rest of your day. Shit. No, don't look at my monitor. It's fine. And yes, I was coding. Yeah, it just threw a pig. Shut up, Meadow. Nobody clipped it. Yes, nice. Nothing. No worries, Anka. It's alright. No, keep moving. Nothing to see here. Keep going. It's fine. It's fine. Silence, chat. I don't think that he can hear us. Maybe he's working or like in meetings. Maybe he's not listening. You know, like. Es que siempre Omega. Wait, what? Who? You good, Q? You good? Oh my god, I'm crying, honestly. I just did not read the title, but did you watch it? Oh my god. Kami's supposed to be fluent. She just did not care. It's fine, it's completely fine. But okay, people, we are done for today. I think with the tomatoes, I'm honestly drained, completely drained, and I'm still checking my phone. If tomorrow you don't see me live, it's most probably because no, that's fine. I'm not gonna make a joke out of it, but I think that they're gonna call me like this evening, like I don't know when, and they're gonna let me know. But hi, Sarah, sorry. I think that they're gonna tell me about the house later today. I'm sorry if I'm not continuing. I don't think well, Sarah. But I'll be back tomorrow at 11 for sure. Sorry if today I'm early, ending a little bit like early than usual. I just need to rest. And actually, I cannot even go to the gym in these days because I keep having like every morning I have to freaking do something and I can never go to the gym. And it's such a pain. I need to go get this. You see these muscles? I need to get them bigger. No, I'm not. I just need to go for my mental health. I genuinely feel that I have to go for my mental health. For sure.
Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett.
Ernest!
Can fucking suck it, fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, get 'em!
Ernest, thank you so. Woo! I increased the volume for me. Ernest, thank you so much for the 6 months. Happy half of a year. Happy half of a year. How it helps the gym for my mental health. It helps me. Gym or like moving around helps a lot. Helps very, very much for your mental health. For real. Like I generally feel like I feel the difference when I'm not like going on it. What the fuck? People, that's a fresh one. Fresh out of the box. What computer guy? What the fuck? That's a tier 3. Oh, by the way. Oh my god. This is the right moment to show you the new sounds that I want to add. By the way, what the fuck, one computer guy? Thank you so much for the tier 3. That means shit tons. What the fuck? I appreciate you for it. But, I think I'm gonna have this new alert for like the tier 3s. That would be good, right? I feel like it fits, right? Kami, shut up. Computer guy, that's your very first message. I appreciate you so freaking much for that. You're following since 44. You're following since 44 minutes ago. And in 44 minutes, I gave you the idea that you should trust this. Oh my god! Don't lose the trust, princess. Lose the trust. No. Why? It is cringe. That's why. How did I ruin it? How? What? No! It's gonna be rare. It's gonna be a rare one. Like a super rare one. I appreciate you, computer guy. That was, wait, what? I'm like that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for liking the vibes. I appreciate you for appreciating the vibes. Corn song stuck in your head. Shit. Oh, do you want to hear? Okay, I will not tell you how I'm gonna use them, but I'm gonna just introduce you just because we're a few now. Not too many, you know. Just I'm gonna show you the new songs that I'm gonna add. I'm not gonna tell you where I'm gonna put them or blah blah blah. And don't be like, no, I don't like this one. I didn't ask for your input, but we have this one.
Somebody once told me the world's gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
I love this one. I love this one. I love this one. Oh my god. Why do you want to hide me? Come on, why do you want to hide me? What did I do? That's a good one. Okay, it is actually one of the good ones. I have another one. Listen to this one. Ready? This is good. This one is good. Why did you hide me? Okay, we have that one. We also have this one, which I find hilarious. What is this one? Oh, this is the. Oh no! Oh, I know. This is not. This is not. Hey! Hey, Kami, stop! Stop being a bad mom. Kami, bring me back. Kami, I swear. Kami, come back. Kami! It was Jalford. No, it was not. I see you messaging coming in the chat. Dumbo, I see. Hide. Come on. How dare you? It's not like I don't see the history. Kami. Back, Kami. I swear. We have the next ones. Listen to the other ones. What is this one? Oh, did I download it as a video? I download this one as a video, but... This is good, right? Then I also have this one. No, wait. I think that I wanted this one for the. No, wait. I think hopelessly devoted is gonna be for like big gifted, but this one is gonna be for the tier 3. Listen to this song.
I'm gonna throw up the sex in the. And I can put you in. I can put you in.
First class. That's the idea because it's first class, you know, tier 3. This is for Jal. This is basically for Jalford. This is Jalford that liking. It's good, right? Then I have Rising. Come on, girl. Rising, thank you so freaking much. 6 months. Wait. Are we showcasing all the sounds that we have here? Laddie, thank you so much for the $5 to the mods. I appreciate you. Wait, you gifted 6 months of... Wait, what? I think it got that wrong. I said tier 3, not 6 months. Wait, what? Is it supposed to be a tier 3 To the shorty? Really? No, you gifted 6 months. Thank you so much for that. Oh, you gifted 6 months, but you meant tier 3. Oh. 6 months of tier 3 you meant to do? No, that's crazy, Rising. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. And thank you so much for the 6 months. I really appreciate you, Rising. Thank you for gifting that to the shorty. The shorty, you're stuck with us for 6 months now. You're not living. But this is the other one that I had in mind.
There's not a soul out there. No one to hear my prayer. Give me a man after midnight. Want somebody help me chase the shadows away. Give me a man after midnight. Take me through the darkness to the break of the day.
Wait. It's on the floor. It is like from here now. From here. I'm gonna find a way to make it shorter and faster, but I really like it. This one is really cool, and Blessing reminds it. What is this one? Oh! No, this one is secret. I don't know if I should tell you about this one. What the heck?
Dono War.
No, don't award. Mechanical. Thank you so much for the 880. What the heck? Thank you for the 880 beaties. Thank you. Appreciate you. You wanna? Okay. This has to stay a secret. If you will ever hear this alert, okay, in the future streams, you have to pretend to not know. Be like, oh my god, this is new. Wow. Woo. I wanted to know what the alert for tier 3. Oh, it was nothing. Sorry. It's currently nothing. But this is okay. This is a secret. You have to pretend like, oh my god, I never heard this alert before. And it's gonna be for the raids.
Hello. It's me.
To be like, welcome in, Raiders. Very happy to be here. This is my hello to you. This song is for you.
Hello. It's me.
It's funny, but not funny. Haha. Funny, weird. That is funny. I know. Then we have Hopelessly Devoted. Then we have this one. Didn't we just hear this one? No? Oh, this one was good! This one. No, it's different. This one should be a song. It's so good. This one is so good it should be a song. Okay? What else? What is this? Oh no, this. What? Why are you here? You should not be here. Oh, we have this one. Do you hear the song under? Do you hear the song that there is under? I did, people. All the mashups that I could find with ABBA, I just put them in because I know that you like them. So it's like, Pioli's on fire. Silva Gunner on YouTube. Really? I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna close this thing from Ank out for sure. I'm gonna find more of these then. Okay, we're gonna find some of these. Everyone on the planet loves ABBA. That's what I found out. Like, if I had to choose like a new alert, it's gonna be ABBA. Everyone likes them. everyone likes them, and they're good. Like they're never boring. Well, maybe if they become too much of a TikTok one, but anyway, people, I'm sending you to someone that is a crazy studying. All right. Be nice. I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Tomorrow 11 a.m. we're back here. All right. Am I gonna be seeing you tomorrow? Remember, if you haven't done it today, remember to do the check-in right now. Do exclamation mark check-in right now in chat. Also, if you haven't watched it, chat, the last video about Notion is going crazy. And I genuinely appreciate you so much for it. It's one of the best performing video that we made so far. So I'm really, 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 really grateful for it. I really do. And it's actually one that I edited myself. So maybe I should continue editing them by myself. I don't know. But if you wanna go check it out, you can find it there. But also, if you haven't yet, I'm on Instagram, as you might know. You can find me there. If you need to send me anything, like if you want to tell me anything about you can do it on DJG right there, right? If you want to tell me anything, you can do it on fuck, I cannot talk, on Instagram. Shit, if you have any other songs like that you want me to add as an alert, send them on Instagram, on Discord. All of my DMs places are open, so just share whatever you want to. People, I'll see you all tomorrow at 11 a.m. all right? Be good, everyone. Do the exclamation mark check-in if you haven't. I'll see you all tomorrow, right? All right? Be good. One Computer Guy, thank you so much again for the tier 3. I appreciate you. And Rising, thank you